All right, good evening, everyone. We'll do it one more time. Good evening, everyone. All right, we do have a full house in the building. All right, good evening. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education monthly meeting is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, to serve, and to lead. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Iguiles and Marti Ramirez. Thank you all for taking the time to join us. The next item on our agenda is the moment of silence. Thank you. Next up, celebrations. Ms. Sheena Cooper.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Mabenga, DPS colleagues, families, and Durham community. It is always an honor to stand before you each month to celebrate all things DPS. Durham Public Schools is a phenomenal school district, strengthened by the talents and successes of our extraordinary students and staff. That should not come as a surprise to anyone present or watching this evening, but it will certainly be confirmed by our lineup of honorees tonight. We will begin with our Student of the Month presentation, followed by a special recognition bestowed upon one of our rock star principals. We will then announce our Teacher of the Month and Employee of the Month. November celebrations will conclude with 2 Spark Pen presentations. At this time, I'd like to welcome Dr. William Logan, principal of Hillside High School, to present our November Student of the Month.
Great evening. It is certainly a pleasure to be able to introduce Mr. Santiago Parejo Cano, who is a senior at Hillside High School. One of the things that actually stands out about him, I'm certain he remembers this, not in this fashion, but he was one of the 3 students who created an incentive dilemma for me last year as one of the 3 individuals who was tied for the highest ACT score as a junior during his junior year. Santiago currently maintains a 4.5 grade point average. He's a member of the International Baccalaureate program, and he's also a member of our school's new outdoor learning club, a member of the National Honor Society, and he is one of the very few students who has earned certification as a Python programmer. Santiago has aspirations of attending Vanderbilt University, where he plans to major in computer science. And so, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in welcoming and congratulating Mr. Santiago Parejo Cano, who is accompanied with his parents.
Congratulations, Santiago. We are extremely proud to celebrate this moment with you and acknowledge this outstanding achievement and your wonderful accomplishments as a student at Hillside High School. In addition to being recognized before our board tonight, we have a few items to commemorate the occasion, so please step forward. I have a few things for you. First, your official certificate for Student of the Month. We also have a Spark Pen for you for exemplifying excellence and for upholding DPS's core values. Our friends at Triangle E-Cycling are super excited about your future. I think Dr. Logan said Vanderbilt it was. So we want to make sure that you are powered for success moving forward. E-Cycling is providing you with a laptop this evening. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Brianna Kennedy, Chief of Programs for the DPS Foundation, for a very special presentation tonight.
Thank you so much. Good evening to the board. Thank you again, Santiago, for all of your hard work here in high school. The DPS Foundation is dedicated to supporting and championing our DPS students, families, and staff. We are proud ongoing sponsors of the DPS Teacher of the Year, DPS Building Services Employee Appreciation Celebration, as well as Convocation. And starting this year, we've started being one of the sponsors for Student of the Month. We believe that every child deserves well-funded, community-centered public schools, rich in materials, human resources, and programming that supports the whole child's development. And we fight for our schools daily with our partners here at DPS to raise funds and do that work. We see the Student of the Month as an example of our Durham community and what happens when a combination of resources reaches students, families, as well as school staff. We want to support your continued growth, Santiago, and hope you will use this $500 gift card to further your educational passions, whether they are academic, the arts, college, or moving into the workforce. And just as a point of personal privilege, I manage our scholarships program. So I would love to see your name come through and possibly be one of our Durham Promise Scholarship awardees, which is worth $3,000 toward your first year at Vanderbilt. Thank you all so much for having us, and congratulations again, Santiago.
Santiago, it is time for you to step forward and be recognized by our board and also take a few photos. Dr. Logan, you are most welcome to join him as well. And parents, if you are available, we'd love for you to come join the photo as well. Congratulations again, Santiago. Our next celebration is unprecedented. On Friday, November 3rd, Pearson Town Elementary hosted a contingent of state leaders for what everyone thought to be a school-wide assembly. It was actually a surprise announcement. That afternoon, Principal Asia Cunningham received the coveted Milken Educator Award. For those who are not aware, this is kind of a big deal. You see, this is an award that one can't just apply for. Milken comes looking for you. A Milken Educator is one that is simply the best of the very best. It is presented to those who epitomize excellence in education nationally. Principal Cunningham is the first educator to receive the award in Durham and joins an elite group of educators across the country who make a difference in the lives of students each day. DPS and Durham are well aware of how amazing Miss C is, and now the rest of the nation knows how remarkable she is too. Proud is an understatement. Please join me in welcoming and congratulating our Milken educator, Principal Asia Cunningham.
Good evening. I'm still in shock going to kind of pinch myself. It's a great honor among all the colleagues that I have in Durham Public Schools and across this nation to be the educator selected for Durham. It's an honor. And so the fight that we do here for our students to get equitable outcomes for their lives, I am grateful that I continue to serve this district. So just want to say thank you.
At this time, please welcome Michelle Hayes, Executive Director of Talent Acquisition Employee Recognition for our Teacher and Employee of the Month recognitions.
Good evening, Chairman Umstead, members of the board, Dr. Mabinga, and cabinet members. Once again, we will celebrate our Teacher and Employee of the Month. This year, each month is theme-based. For our November Teacher and Employee of the Month, the theme is Leading by Example, being that role model. This is the individual who inspires you, someone who sets a good example, and someone who wants students, fellow teachers or employees, and parents to imitate. Our Teacher of the Month is sponsored by North Carolina Central University's tennis program, the Tallside chapter of Omega Psi Phi, and DCL Consulting LLC. And our Employee of the Month is sponsored by the Office of Human Resources. We're going to recognize our teacher, then our employee. Our November Teacher of the Month is Miss Lily McCormick, second grade teacher at Forest View Elementary School. Ms. McCormick's dedication and commitment to professional development and collaborative teaching have had a profound impact on our school and community. Over the summer, Ms. McCormick took the initiative to participate in the book club focused on building thinking classrooms in mathematics. This proactive engagement demonstrates her commitment to enhancing her teaching practices and staying abreast of the latest educational strategies. Notably, Ms. McCormick has been an exemplary team player, actively collaborating with colleagues across different grade levels and our instructional coach. Her collaborative spirit has been evident in her involvement with our professional learning community, where she played a key role in implementing the letters training during our ELA block. Furthermore, Ms. McCormick's innovative approach to assessment has significantly impacted our instructional strategies. In addition to the required M-class assessments, she advocated for and implemented a spelling assessment and lifelong reader placement for all students. The extra effort along with the use of the letters phonics and word reading survey in the past for students in the read and BOY M class has allowed us to create more accurate small groups tailored to each student's needs. Ms. McCormick's commitment to individualized instruction is exemplified by her thoughtful incorporation of additional resources. This targeted and personalized approach has undoubtedly contributed to the success of her students. In conclusion, Ms. Lily McCormick's exceptional dedication to professional development, collaboration, and innovative assessment practices make her an outstanding candidate for Teacher of the Month award. Her contributions not only benefit her students directly, but also inspire and elevate the entire teacher community. Congratulations to Ms. Lily McCormick for being named Durham Public Schools November Teacher of the Month.
A couple of days ago, the Tallside chapter of Omega Psi Phi had an opportunity to surprise Miss McCormick with an in-classroom surprise. And this evening, on behalf of DCL Consulting, we would like to present Miss McCormick with a check, just a token to recognize her teaching excellence. So again, congratulations, and would also like to recognize Principal Boyce for recognizing Miss McCormick's excellent work. Congratulations.
Our November Employee of the Month is Ms. Claudia Green, before and after school coordinator, also from Forest View Elementary School. Ms. Green runs an incredible before and after school program at Forest View Elementary. Her staff comes in and day out with a positive outlook, ready to serve students. Students are excited about going to our after school care. One parent whose kid recently was on the waiting list said that it was like Christmas morning. when his kids learned that they were going to be able to start the aftercare program. He continued to say that they were disappointed when he picked them up 30 minutes early, a few days after they began. The kids and the parents love Miss Green and her team, and we couldn't be more appreciative of their effort and positive spirit day in and day out. Congratulations to Miss Claudia Green for being named Durham Public Schools November Employee of the Month. Thank you very much.
This evening's Spark Pen recipients are valued members of two of our school communities. Deputy Paul Tivnan and Deputy Herschel Moore are school resource officers. Both have a huge heart for students and are committed to their success. They have worked to foster meaningful relationships with students, and that is exhibited in their recent actions to acknowledge student achievement. Deputy Tivnan serves the Durham Performance Learning Center. After hearing about an incentive program at the school to promote positive student performance, he immediately stepped up and donated from his own funds a significant prize. This is not something he was asked to do, but did it out of the kindness of his heart to support our students. Deputy Moore serves Neal Middle School and thought he should start an incentive program of his own. He meets with students frequently to review assignments, progress reports, and report cards. When students get good grades and show improvement, he rewards them. The actions of these deputies demonstrate shared responsibility for the success of our students. We are honored to present them with Spark Pens this evening. Thank you and congratulations. Thank you, and this concludes our celebrations for the evening.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent's update. I'm going to pass it to you, Dr. Mabenga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It feels good to see students being recognized and employees being celebrated. Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and DPS community. I'm happy to share an update on the work being conducted to ensure ongoing success of our students. Durham Public School held the first of two planned wellness days on Friday, October 27th. Activities range from Zumba, yoga to character development activities, mural painting, and daily affirmation prep rally. The day was coordinated by Student Services Department, and it was a success. We have received a great deal of feedback from our schools and staff about how helpful this time was to check in with ourselves and connect to each other. We look forward to our next Wellness Day in the spring. STEM was also on display last month at STEM Night at the Museum of Life and Sciences. More than 250 people attended. We have a unique partnership with the museum that provides families with the opportunity to explore and learn. The night included STEM activities, a scavenger hunt, craft, and access to the museum butterfly house, dinosaur trail, and train. As you know, all elementary students will experience STEM by design when school begins in the fall of 2024. We look forward to providing more STEM-focused opportunities to support learning in the classroom. On Monday, November 13th, more than 160 members of our Latinx community attended an information meeting presented to learn about the elementary student assignment plan and the offerings available to students next school year. The meeting presentation was totally in Spanish. Thank you to MRC, Director Pablo Friedman, and Victor Ulado, coordinator of our DLI and Global Language Program, for leading this important conversation with our families. Also, thank you to our Growing Together implementation team members for your ongoing work and support of this initiative. We are just a couple days away from our showcase of schools. We look forward to another outstanding event that allows our families to learn about our schools, programs, and why DPS is the best option for our children's success. I would like to extend a personal invitation to our current and future families to come and experience DPS this weekend. From the student performances to the demonstration and information, I'm certain that you will walk away excited about our student limitless potential at DPS. Again, the showcase of schools is this Saturday, November 18th, from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. at the Durham Convention Center. Finally, I will be remiss if I did not acknowledge this season of Thanksgiving and express my gratitude to our board. I'm grateful my contract was suspended last time. Therefore, I'm really excited. It's been really 6 years. We're starting our 7th year. Thank you for the vote of confidence. And also, I'd like to extend my gratitude to our DPS employees, students, and family for their hard work, advocacy, and support of our student success. We could not do the work that we do without each one of you. I am forever grateful to this community. Thank you. This concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Mabenga. Next, we have our agenda review and approval.
I move approval of our agenda, removing.
Would you like to make an amendment to the agenda?
I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay, so let's make the amendment first and then we can do a motion.
I'd like to amend the agenda to remove policies 3540, 1735, 1310, and 3540.
Can you repeat those numbers one more time, Ms. Rogers?
3540,
Mm-hmm.
1735, and 1310.
Second, the amendment.
So it's been moved that we amend the agenda to remove policies 3540, 1735, and 1310. It's been seconded by Ms. Spire. Is there any other discussion? All right, Ms. Chavez is joining us virtually tonight, so we're gonna do a voice vote. I'm gonna start with you, Ms. Chavez.
This is Emily Chavez and I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares, Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Carter-Alton,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. The agenda is approved. I do note that we have folks in the audience and I'm sure came to comment on those. I want to note that we want to do some continued work on these policies. And so that is one of the reasons why we are pulling them off the agenda for tonight. All right, the next item on our agenda is the Board of Education monthly meeting minutes from October 26, 2023.
Move approval of the minutes as presented. Second.
It's been moved and properly moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Valladares. Is there any other discussion? We'll do a voice vote. Ms. Chavez,
This is Emily Chavez and I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
I vote aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Carter-Alton,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. That passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is general public comment. Before we get started, I'll do a quick review of the rules. First, please state your name, and if you're speaking for an organization, state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments within 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you have 1 minute left to begin winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates that your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, and/or to the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider your comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with the speakers. Our first speaker will be, and please forgive me if I mispronounce your name, please correct me when you come up to the podium, but Carrie Holbrook, followed by Tommy Hunt.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Holbrook, and I actually was going to speak to I'm not good with numbers, the SB 49 policy changes. And I realize it's not going to be presented today, but is it okay since I'm here to tell you how I feel?
Yes, you may.
Good. My name is Carrie Holbrook. I do not represent any particular organization at this time. Before I start my comments, I would like for everybody first to take a look to the person next to you, one way and then the other way. Then I want you to look at your hands. Then I want you to think about your family of origin. These are important to know. I'm an educator, retired from Duke School for 30 plus years. I taught public schools in New York City. I got my graduate degree from Bank Street College of Education. In 1985 was when I started teaching preschool. No, 1987. And I was at seminary. I was denied a call to the ministry because obviously I am part of the LGBTQ community. And I refused to deny who I was. I was 10 when I knew that I was a lesbian. I did not speak to anyone about it for 10 years until I went to college. And that was my junior year in college, one gay male friend. My senior year in college, my best friend. To keep that in mind and what that does to a child. When I was teaching in New York City in '87, we had the first edition of the National Education for the Young, I forget how you say it, National Association for the Education of Young Children, which is the standard for all early childhood education. In 1987, we were started with the first edition of the anti-bias education in our classrooms. This, my teachers in the preschool in Durham studied several years ago, the new version. It is 2023. We are in Durham, North Carolina. When I took an oath as a teacher, I took an oath to support all children, their whole selves, social, emotional, everything. And that includes creating an environment for all children to learn to love themselves, honor themselves, respect themselves, respect their peers, respect their community, and be change makers. That read?
Yes, that is. Thank you so much. If you have any additional comments, I welcome, you can email the board and we'll be able to get them at that email address.
Oh,
Tom?
okay. I had more, but I talk a lot. Sorry.
It's okay. Tommy Hunt will be next, followed by Sarah Whitehill. After Sarah will be Abby Bender.
Thank you for this opportunity to be here tonight to address this subject. With your permission, I will read my comments. Good evening. My name is Tommy Hunt, and I'm a lifetime resident of Durham. I graduated from Durham High School and the University of North Carolina. I served in the United States Army in the 82nd Airborne Division, and I am currently president of the Durham High Forever organization. I'm here tonight to request permission of the Durham School Board to erect a historical plaque in front of the present building that was previously Durham High School. In 2018, our board of directors proposed the plaque mentioned above in order to follow proper procedures. The state of North Carolina Department of Archives was contacted. They informed me that they no longer put plaques in front of school boards, in front of school buildings, I should say. Due to the high demand. With that in mind, we felt that further procedures were in order, and we were prompted to secure permission from the school principal, who enthusiastically endorsed the plaque. After his approval, a school board member was contacted, and he too agreed that the historical plaque was in order. At that time, the board was contacted and informed us that all was in order. With the above approval, the Durham High Forever Board, within a short period, proceeded to raise funds for this plaque. We, at that time, raised $20,000 for the cost of the plaque, based on the approval that was previously assumed, we assumed was in order. The plaque was constructed by the Southwell Company in Corpus Christi, Texas, and shipped to us in 2020. There was a delay in the erection of the plaque due to the new roof being put on the school, and we were told that the grounds would not be suitable until after completion of the roof work. In 2021, we were informed that the grounds were in satisfactory condition for the erection of the plaque. I
Mr. Hunt.
contacted a school board
Mr. Hunt,
representative.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to end your time because you have 3 minutes. If you would like to leave your remarks, then we can also, the board can read through them after the
I will
meeting.
be happy to do that.
Okay.
Could I leave these?
Mr. King, can you grab those from Mr. Hunt? Thank you.
With your permission, could I hand these diagrams out to the board
Yeah,
members?
if you hand them over to Mr. King, he'll make sure we all get a copy of those. This gentleman is standing right here next
yeah,
to you.
good.
Yeah, he'll make sure we get a copy. Thank you so much. Next is Sarah Whitehill, followed by Abby Bender, followed by Dr. Rosario Butterfield. Rosario.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Whitehill. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm here tonight as the proud parent of an amazing 6-year-old girl in kindergarten at Easley Elementary. When my daughter goes and gets one of her favorite books from the school library, Angelina Ballerina, she is obsessed with dance, she sees a character who is very much like herself. A little girl, Mouse, obsessed with dance, who lives with her mommy and her daddy. My concern is that, as you may have guessed, I am also here to speak about the policies relating to State Bill 49. My concern is that these policies, as they were initially presented, may prevent other children in her class from having that same privilege. Every child deserves a mirror. Every child deserves the opportunity to see people like them represented in their media. And what's more, every child deserves a window. Children like my daughter deserve the opportunity to see into different cultures, different families. And I want to make sure that that cultural experience is part of the education that she receives at Durham Public Schools. That is part of why we chose Durham Public Schools for her education. Furthermore, my concern is that by removing that access to representation from just a select subsector of the population, from just students whose families fall into the LGBTQ community, we are exposing the district to potential liability under Title IX. And I would much prefer to see our tax dollars be spent educating our children and not fighting those battles out in court. I would much prefer if we could delay until we see these lawsuits resolved, until we have a better idea of what we can do to protect our children's education and to protect the access to representation that is critical for children to have. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us. I urge you to join other compassionate school districts in delaying and in implementing these policies in a way that is going to do the least amount of harm possible. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Abby Bender. I'm a DPS parent of 2 kiddos, the oldest of which is non-binary. First, I just really want to thank you guys for listening to us. We've been showing up and asking for this to be paused and for you guys to put some more thought and consideration into adding these statements from SB 49 that could be very harmful to your permanent policy. And I do appreciate the time that you guys are taking to do this right. It means a lot to my family. It means to a lot of these kids that are fighting this battle on their own in the school right now. And I just would encourage you to continue to have conversations, as mentioned, with other school districts like Buncombe and Orange County. It looks like there are some steps being taken to even strengthen protection of LGBTQI kids in the district, and just continue to have those conversations so that when things do get put into the policy, they are as safe and protective for this population as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Dr. Butterfield, followed by Andrew Branch and Neil Allen.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Rosaria Butterfield. I am a retired professor who did live as a lesbian activist for a decade. But today I'm not a lesbian, and as a 61-year-old mother and grandmother, I am grateful that during my season of confusion, I made no irreparable decisions about my body. Policy 1735 would apply SB 49 on a case-by-case basis because you do not want to harm children. I understand. My husband and I adopted 2 children out of foster care at 16. They came to us with profound histories of trauma, abuse, and neglect. They are now in their 30s with good jobs and families. I have turned my life upside down to spare and save children from abuse, so I understand your intent. But the American Psychiatric Association's Diagnostic and Statistical Manual states that gender anxiety in children desists at a minimum of 73% of cases if normal puberty is uninterrupted by social transition, cross-sex hormones, or surgery. The Endocrine Society guidelines recommend against socially transitioning a minor because the practice is associated with persistence of gender dysphoria as a child progresses into adolescence. Why? Because social transition concretizes what would otherwise be a transitory phase. There is no good reason to transition a child without the parent's knowledge. When parents enroll a child in a government school, they neither make an adoption plan nor surrender their parental rights or obligations to school officials. Abuse must be documented, not presumed, even if case by case. But what is documented? Per the Washington Post just this week, parents are removing children from government schools and opening homeschools at the fastest rate this country has ever seen. The exodus spans geography and ideology. Why? Even people who are on board with your ideology know that when Johnny can't spell and you have a school board that defies parental rights, nobody wins. Adults fast-tracked into social transitions that snowballed into medical mutilation as minors are fed up and they're suing. Detransitioner Isabella Ayala is suing the American Academy of Pediatrics and her doctors for civil conspiracy, fraud, and medical malpractice. Following the law also protects each and every one of you. One way to interpret civil conspiracy is a school board. that denies a minor the right to parental care in a time of psychological crisis. Now, I urge you to implement SB 49. I know this is a polarized issue. Natalie has my phone number. She knows where I live. She knows where I worship. I am so open to you. If you would like for me to comment on anything or help you in any way, I'm here for you.
Thank you. Andrew Branch, followed by Neil Allen, and then Charlotte Orega. I apologize again if I mispronounced your name.
Hi, my name is Andrew Branch. The dinner table is a safe place to talk about things that don't feel safe. Y'all are welcome at my dinner table, but this is a school board meeting and that does affect my tone and my words. SB 49 says you can do things the Durham way. You don't need to take those pornographic books from your libraries, but parents can see what their child checks out. You don't need permission to change a child's name or pronouns, but informed parents can choose whether DPS will remain their partner in education. And only through age 10 are you restricted in content. No matter what representation of different family arrangements you have, through 4th grade and with parent knowledge afterward, your curriculum cannot teach a child to disassociate her identity from her body. The logical conclusion of teaching these concepts is for a young boy with autism who likes pink and doesn't fit in with other boys to ask questions that need never be asked. You don't tell a penguin to search its feelings to ask if it can fly. That's not liberation. Do my feelings tell me who I am, or does who I am tell me how to interpret my feelings? We erase no one when we tell you the way you interpret your feelings is wrong. You say you want to protect kids from harm. When a child is baptized in the church, we take vows to do the same. When our children have feelings or desires they misinterpret, with love and compassion, we tell them no, even if they say, "You're ruining my life." As you explicitly treat parents as threats to their own kids, parents will naturally treat you as a threat. Don't let parents who've only just begun to wake up find you choosing to stand between them and their child. When a group of soft-spoken, if direct, parents in August expressed a consistent belief of thousands of years that male and female are objective and real, not felt or performed, one of you used your moment of privilege to call that perverted and illegitimate. You might call it social and emotional development, but you are engaged in religious instruction. True faith must first be true. If Jesus Christ is alive, a historical claim, then we listen to all he says. Love one another, love your enemies. Matthew 19, where he tells those in power, quote, "Have you not read? He who created them made them male and female." We pray you know the full implications for your office of a risen Christ who said, "All authority is given to me in heaven and on earth." I think you guys are in a bubble, and you could do to have coffee sometime with someone who doesn't think like you. I guess, do bullies invite you to dinner?
Next up, thank you, Mr. Branch. We've got Neil Allen, followed by Charlotte Orega, and then Ann Sakui Street.
Hello, my name's Neil Allen. Coming to you today as a father of 4 children in DPS. My wife works for DPS. I went to school at Northern and grew up in Durham. My father taught for Northern for 30 years. I'm coming to you today as a parent of children in the DPS system. It's very difficult for me. It's very emotional to talk about, but my children have I didn't always have a son. I have a son now. But it's a struggle already. These children are vulnerable. It's very difficult. Hard for them to know how to use the bathroom, where they fit in. So I'm just here to say, I read through this SB 49. Seems pretty discriminatory. when you read through it, you know, I went to school with kids. Their names were Ronald, Suzanne. They wanted to be called Ronnie. Michael wanted to be called Mike. Nobody had to call their parents to see if it was okay to call Ronald Ronnie. I mean, you were scared to death to have your real name read out on the first day of school. But it's hard enough for parents. We have to deal with these issues. And, you know, we want to be supportive of our children. And sorry, this is so hard for me, but you know, we got to deal with all these family issues, and your family doesn't care for your kids anymore or whatever. Make it easier for the kids. That's all I'm saying. Okay, I'm done.
Next, we have Charlotte Origa and Sakawi Hemstreet, followed by Ashley Colson. If y'all want to go ahead and line up here, you can.
Hi, my name's Charlotte Draga. I'd like to
Ooh, I'm so
apologize for
sorry.
my terrible handwriting.
I'm so sorry,
It's
Charlotte.
fine. And yeah, I also would like to speak to SB 49, particularly from my own experiences growing up. I'm a bisexual trans woman. I grew up going to a Catholic school for elementary school, and as a side byproduct of that, I didn't have access to, frankly, any kind of neutral or positive LGBTQ plus representation when I was a child. Like, essentially everything that I absorbed was through popular culture or, you know, my own religion, which was frankly, at best toxic, or, you know, like it would be sort of a, oh, look at this weirdo over here. And frankly, I internalized that. It took me until my 30s to actually come out, even to myself as a trans woman. So the danger, since I did so, I've been happier than I ever have. I can't speak enough to the damage that these kinds of policies that SB 49 seeks to enact would do to children. And as as such, it's incumbent on you, I think, to delay enacting these as long as possible. Frankly, the moral thing to do is to not comply. I understand that would put you in a serious bind, but as other people have said, these are likely to be in contravention of Title IX as it is. And either way, there's probably going to be a fight, and I want you to stand on the right side of that. Thank you.
Taking a little bit from Neil's comments, so thank you. Thank you for sharing your story. Hello, DPS board members, Dr. Mubenga. My name is Anne Sakawi Hemstreet. My pronouns are she or they, and I am a queer parent of 2 young children residing in Durham. I am also the founder and executive director of Rainbow Collective for Change. I am here today to urge you to press pause on passing any policy changes to comply with the discriminatory SB 49. Now I'm also thanking you for pressing pause on those policy changes. We have been working with you all for more than 18 months to implement policy and build knowledge, community, and structures within DPS to ensure affirming learning environments for all LGBTQIA+ students, families, and educators. SB 49 was intentionally written and passed to do the exact opposite. According to a recent legal memo from Campaign for Southern Equality, SB 49 leads to a hostile education environment for LGBTQ students, staff, and families, and violates federal law Title IX. You, need to do everything in our power to prevent the harm that this law will cause LGBTQ students, families, and educators. LGBTQ and gender-affirming environments benefit everyone. Girls, boys, both or neither, and kids with traditional family structures or less traditional family structures. These affirming environments celebrate diversity, individuality, and community, and love of all kinds, including self-love, positive friendships, and love of the more romantic variety. These affirming environments harm no one. On the other hand, SB 49 was created to harm LGBTQIA+ and gender diverse students. a group of students that was already navigating less than affirming or outright hostile learning environments. A group of students that is already at disproportionate risk of bullying, discrimination, and rejection, which in turn leads to high rates of depression, anxiety, and suicide. SB 49 is systemic bullying, and it is everyone's responsibility to be an upstander for our LGBTQ and transgender youth. I know the state is watching to see what Durham Public Schools will do, and that it feels complicated for you all. While this can be intimidating or create worry that certain government leaders will make an example of you, it is also a privilege. You have the opportunity and the power to stand up for an already vulnerable group of students, families, and educators that is under attack. Also, you are not alone. We are here to support you. Your students, staff, and families in your community support you. You have neighboring districts that are also standing up against this blatantly discriminatory law that is falsely coined as a parent's Bill of Rights. We can and have an obligation to stand as a united front against this current wave of discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ashley Cole, followed by Elizabeth Shatner.
My name is Ashley Golsh. My pronouns are she, they. There is no policy that can be written that both enacts Senate Bill 49 and provides any semblance of safety to LGBTQ youth in our schools. Your only responsible course of action is to disregard the law in its entirety and prioritize the protection of students who depend on you for their safety. You may feel beholden to the legislative bodies elected through extreme gerrymandering who create laws intended to harm our children. You are not beholden to them. When policymakers enact malicious laws, knowing they will harm the most vulnerable among us, it is everyone's responsibility to defy those laws. Ask yourself, what was the intended outcome of this law? Was it to coerce children into being straight and cisgender through forcibly outing them to their parents and denying them representation in the classroom? It will not. No bill or policy can change, influence, or coerce any queer child into being cishet. All this bill will do is cause tremendous harm to the mental health of LGBTQ children under your protection and potentially expose them to violent and abusive conditions from unaccepting parents unwilling to love a gay or trans child. This bill does harm. That was always the intent of the bill and the intention of the people who wrote it. You cannot enact it to any extent without being complicit in that harm yourselves. Reject the bill and enact a policy that protects queer youth. Your top responsibility and the responsibility of the teachers in our schools is protecting the safety of our children. Please do not abandon that responsibility.
Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Schatzer. My pronouns are she, her. I'm here to speak to you as a queer woman and the parent of 2 school-aged children. I had the opportunity to watch the live stream of the first comment period on SB 49, and I was excited and proud to see how many members of the board expressed unease, concern, and moral disgust at what they were being asked to do. I did, however, hear a great deal of resignation. I kept hearing people say you have to adapt policies to come into alignment with SB 49. While it is true that SB 49 is the law in North Carolina, that does not mean that DPS must adopt policies that align with it. Our neighbors, Chapel Hill, Carrboro City Schools have refused to adopt policies that enforce the anti-queer aspects of this law, likening it to being asked to set a house on fire. In my home state of Virginia, 4 of the most influential school districts in the state have told the governor they will not accept mandates that harm queer youth. I heard you all say you wanted to create the best bad policy you could to minimize the harm to our vulnerable youth. History does not remember those who make the least bad policy. We remember those who took a stand and said, no, I will not sacrifice our human rights just because of an immoral law. By signing off on any policy that supports SB 49, you are consenting to this attack on our children and our families. What are you going to tell our queer youth? Are you going to look them in the eye and say, I voted for the least bad version of this? Or are you going to take a stand and say, no, your rights are not up for a vote? As adults, we are charged with protecting our children. Are we too afraid to do the right thing? I'm here to ask you to do the right thing because I have faith in you all. Send the message to our children that you will protect them because they are worth the risk. Send the message to the extremists in our legislature and our community that queer kids are not going to be sacrificed to further their agenda. Vote no. Do not approve any policy intended to comply with SB 49. Thank you.
Thank Thank you. I think we have two more folks who've come in who want to give public comment. If you can state your name, and if you're speaking for an organization, state your name and the name of the organization. Let me give you a couple more rules. You have 3 minutes. The green light will show you when you have 3. When the red light comes on, you'll have one. When the yellow light comes on, you'll have 1 minute left. We ask that you not share complaints about parents, students, or staff. That's it. We will listen carefully, but we will not respond. Thank
Okay,
you.
well, thank you. So my name is Rena Rachel Galper. I'm actually a former DPS teacher and a queer teacher who at the time was not entirely safe coming out of the closet when I was teaching in this district, because I perceived that there were some strong feelings against the identities that I was carrying. And I'm also a real support through my business, Joyous Shouts, supporting change makers and in particular folks with marginalized and minoritized identities. So SB 49 is not in isolation. It also is accompanied by HB 574, which prohibits transgender girls from playing on girls' sports teams, HB 808 banning minors from gender-affirming care. So what I want to do is sort of be intersectional in my comments because this particular SB 49 is not being put across in isolation of other legislation which minoritizes and further stigmatizes people in our school system and in our community. It is also not a stretch to see the connections between isolating and denying care to LGBTQIA and denying our teachers, our educators, the ability to teach about the true history of this country, including race and racism. You know, we have to embrace difference. That's one of the reasons why I love Durham, because difference is our strength. And we are only as strong as the ones whose voices are not heard and the people who are discriminated. If we turn on them and deny them the right to be who they are, then it puts all of us in jeopardy. So thank you.
Thank you. And then we have one more speaker in the audience.
Hello, my name is Christine Marcato Soriano, and I'm a mother of 3 children, one in the DPS system, and 2 that I have been homeschooling for various other reasons. But I have a transgender daughter who might be entering the DPS system next year, and I wanted to make sure I share what I want to share. I kind of knew I was answering the call from the wonderful organization Rainbow Collective for Change, and so dropping off the kids to gymnastics and dropping off the kids with friends. My daughter has been playing with friends. She's been rehearsing her lines for a play with very open families that have been welcoming and affirming some from religious backgrounds, some not. And so for me, I have been a teacher in a Durham charter school that was honoring Anne Atwater back in the early 2000s. And I learned so much about her and how she helped change a Ku Klux Klan leader to help fight for integration in the schools. This is the same thing. It's just a different label. We are discriminating against human beings being themselves. I have Filipino background, and in the Philippines, we have no he or she. We have just the one pronoun, siya. Gender is a construct. My mom, growing up, she'd always be like, he, she, he. We didn't know who she was talking about because we were like, you mean she or he? No, there's just siya. And so I'm coming from a background of like, this is natural and it's normal. And when my daughter was telling us who she is, we connected with thousands and thousands of other families. And she's been in an affirming community her whole life. Her eyes are bright. She loves gymnastics. She loves dance. She loves theater. She loves singing. And if she comes into an environment that's hostile to just who she is, I am afraid her lights will be blown out. And to me, that makes just no sense. We choose to live here in Durham. I grew up in Winston-Salem, went to UNC Chapel Hill schools. I taught French, Spanish. I have a background in international development and early childhood education, Montessori education. And I had students in my 3 to 6 year old classrooms. They were clearly who they are at that age. I am very passionate about early childhood, and these children know who they are. Anyway, I just wanted to have, I came straight from a play group and just wanted, I'm so thankful that everybody here who knows all the numbers of the laws were able to say them. I am starting to learn them, but yes, I just wanted you to know we choose to live in Durham because of its just rich history and diversity and fighting for human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment. The next item on our agenda is our consent items. We have several items, A through H, listed here, and the board has reviewed these items in advance of our meeting today. Board, what's your pleasure?
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Byer. Is there any other discussion? All right, we'll start with Ms. Chavez.
This is Emily Chavez, and I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Valladares?
Aye.
Ms. Byer?
Aye.
Ms. Carter-Austin?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is our chief of staff. We'll start with the second reading of multiple policies, except for 3540. Ms.
Yes, thank you. Would you please pull up the PowerPoint? You can go to the second slide. Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Mbenga. We are here today to request approval on second reading of policies 3210, policy 4335, policy 4720, policy 6120, and policy 7300. And those, if you will recall, just for historical purposes, we had the first reading at the work session in November, and these policies were previously reviewed by the board, and I have now presenting them for approval and second reading. The 5 policies that are listed, I had preemptively pulled 3540 somewhat myself. So, but we won't be discussing those edits, but the PowerPoint is available to the public as well. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but there were no changes from what was reviewed on the first reading at the work session.
Thank you, Ms. Giovanni. Any questions from board members? Comments, a motion? Ms. Rogers?
Thanks so much for putting this together. Only because I have a 7th grader, do I know that we've already started implementing the survey options. Can we speak a little bit to the procedures that parents should expect with the survey?
So let me make sure I'm understanding your question.
Okay.
Based on the Parents' Bill of Rights, the surveys that contain protected information now have to be opted into by parents. Dr. Al Royster Lee is the Executive Director for Research and Accountability, and he and I have worked with the board's attorneys at Tharrington Smith to ensure that we are complying with that requirement from the law. What Dr. Royster has done is provided information to principals and the test coordinators. There's several other changes to the law, like it prohibits social workers and counselors from assisting in any way with testing. So there's a lot of different pieces to it. But Dr. Royster has reached out, and we have provided him with that guidance, and he has shared that with principals and other necessary people with what the steps should be for how they share that information with parents. But as most things, it's an ongoing process, and I'm always happy, and I know Dr. Royster is always happy to receive any feedback for if there's any concerns or any additional way that it can be improved. Thank you.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
If I could just add on to that comment, I also have a fifth grader. We got the survey to opt in, and I had already reached out to Ms. Roberts. But one of the questions is about the student ID number. And if you could just have all the ways that parents can find out that student ID number on a Google form would be helpful. I know it lists school lunch, but also she replied to my email to say it's also a Power School number, or you can call the school. There are many ways to get it, but that feels like a barrier for me. So I'm sure other parents may have the same concerns. Thank you, though. Got it, received it. It was very easy to navigate until I got to that student ID. So.
Ms. Valladares?
I also got that. I have an 11th grader, so yes. And that is a challenge, and I will say for a lot of families, even when it comes to Power School and even having like their student number, I think the confusion that the community has is this going to be a norm for every survey? But you just mentioned, based on policies, anything that touches on anything related to the Parents' Bill of Rights. But can you talk a little bit about the expectation, because families who are asking for help with these surveys, we need to start preparing, I think as families continue to get these opt-in forms.
So it does only apply to surveys that contain protected information, and that has been historical. That list of surveys containing that protected information has been in existence, but previously it was opt-out of those, and now with the passage of the new law, it is opt-in. And so Dr. King and I continue. Dr. Royster reports through academic services, which Dr. King oversees, and we are collaborating fully. I think I've indicated that before. And our plan is to kind of receive this type of feedback. We welcome feedback from board members, community members, staff members on how we can improve that. But what I would say is what parents can expect is, from my expectation and my interactions and just working with Dr. Royster, especially for several years, is that it will be very thorough and very clear to understand. And also with Mr. Friedman, with the MRC, just being very proactive so that it's easy for folks that if you need some assistance with these surveys and understanding that, because English may not be your first language, then that will be provided in what we share. I think we're just going to be overshare as much as possible because we want our families to be able to have and make informed decisions around participating in these surveys. Thank you.
Ask a few follow-up questions. It seems like we sent that via email. How else did we share the survey with families?
With parents?
Yes.
Surveys, I would not be able to answer that. I'm not sure of all the ways. Is there anyone?
We got an answer coming behind you.
Okay, thank you.
So the survey begins, students may begin participating in the survey on November 20th, and that runs through December 19th. We also shared that information so parents could opt in via email. And we also sent robocalls to those grade bands for parents to receive that information. We do have follow-up communication that will be going out to families again tomorrow because they need to opt into that process so that takes the survey during that window. Those are things that are continuously happening to make sure that we have as many families who would like to participate get the information so that they may do so.
Thank you. Will we be tracking how many families opt in?
I believe we will. We have been working very closely with the Office of Research and Accountability, speaking with Mr. Nelson Searles, and part of our strategy to ensure that we have as many families opt in as possible is to make sure that we maintain that consistent communication with them. And so our outreach that will happen tomorrow is part of us making sure that we are monitoring have those numbers and make sure that all families who want to participate are able to do so.
Thank y'all for that. I think that we can make sure we're monitoring those numbers to ensure if we need to do different types of communication methods, right? Or what we need to shift our way of how we're sending out the survey. I think that'd be helpful. If we are using the survey data for so much information, we want to make sure at least expands most of the district, right? And we don't only have certain demographics taking the survey.
I would like to just follow up real briefly on that last question. I do know that Dr. Royster recently shared information that kind of a toolkit of sorts for principals and shared with them what the data was on various surveys so that those principals could then reach out to their families as well. Because, you know, most families, that's their first point of contact is their school and their principal. So I can't recall the exact survey that it was that he had requested to opt in on, but I know that he did just recently share that out with principals. So that is something that we are also doing at the school level with principals.
So they shared the number of folks who had already opted in. Is that
so? I don't recall.
Okay.
You know the exact. You know, it was a couple of days ago that I saw this email, but it was that our numbers were at X for this survey, and that the plan from Research and Accountability was then to share with individual schools, like your school participation, you know, probably at the teacher level is this number, so that principals could then develop, you know, they know their communities. So it is something that we are aware of and not simply relying kind of on the, you know, it's wonderful of the job as Ms. Cooper and her team do, fantastic. But we are making sure that we're kind of coming at it holistically, you know, from the school level, the district level, because we are aware that, you know, without that sharing, we would not, parents would not be aware of that.
I mean, it's a multi-pronged approach, right?
Absolutely.
The whole school, individual folks.
And board members, I would just share, we have anticipated that this board will want to be aware of what those completion numbers look like. And I have directed Mr. Royster to keep track of that so that at an appropriate time, we'll be able to report to the board the number of students and families who opted in, and we'll be able to provide you with information that will put that into context, comparing that to what those opt-in or those participation numbers were like prior to the opt-in requirement.
Dr. King, you know us well, huh? Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Ms. Rogers.
So my follow-up questions were, can we get some information around why that particular number is necessary, the lunch number? Because it is required. Well, it was required when I went in. Because it asked for this birthday.
We can do that. My guess would be that it is required because it provides us with an individual identifier for students. I will work with Mr. Royster to find out exactly why that is, and if there is a different option that we might use that might take that might take that difficulty off the table for parents.
Right. Thank you. That's helpful. One of the things that I was thinking about, I liked how the Spark Mail thing popped up on the website. Perhaps when we log into Power School, maybe an option where it pops up and allows us the opportunity to enter there. I know Power School does not belong to us, and that makes things a lot more difficult. And perhaps maybe in the DPS app, but I know that doesn't connect to the student. So just some other places to think about where it could pop up. Thanks, y'all.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Byer?
So I appreciate the work that's gone in to pull back some of the most troubling aspects and policy changes for further discussion by this board. The one that still is continuing to concern me is this 30-10 about, you know, the parental inspection and objection to instructional materials. And largely, while I know that the North Carolina General Assembly set this into statute, it is cumbersome, incredibly cumbersome, and many of these laws are just set up really to incentivize, I believe, nuisance behavior from and nuisance lawsuits. I'm concerned that we're going to have to spend a lot of time supporting principals in making copies of materials or providing things for families to review, where there really is no scandal or problem or issue in the first place. So I'm concerned, like, are there ways that we can charge parents for materials, for photocopies, for whatever? I mean, equally turn it back around. Mr. Malone, are there ways that we can disincentivize some of this kind of behavior that I think might come from this, from folks that don't even have children in schools?
I mean, we've provided some guidance to the superintendent on some of that, and I can review that again and work with Dr. Giovanni and Dr. Mabenga to make sure that we've addressed that. But I think we have provided some of that information in the materials that we've previously provided.
Is this one, the 3210, that could pull back and wait for further review in the future for y'all to make modifications to it? Or do you feel that this is the best that we can do with our legal understanding at this moment?
So I would say this. I think all the changes in all of these policies are the minimum required changes to align the policies with the statute. Now, there's, whether you'd like to add some information in some of these to clarify some positions of the board or some other steps that we might take, that's obviously a possibility. But in terms of, what we have proposed in these policy changes would be the minimum changes required to get the policies to comply with the existing statute.
Anything else, Ms. Byer?
No, I'll keep thinking about it. I just, I think there's going to be additional burden, administrative burden, that I'd like the district to offer the support rather than the principals having to deal with a lot of this if it becomes cumbersome. And we won't know how this plays out until we watch it for a while. Ms. Umstead reminded me that it does address that is only applicable to parents of children that have a student enrolled, not random community members.
That is correct. Yes, absolutely.
I think what we can ask Dr. Mabenga and staff, if you all can monitor how many requests that we get coming in, and Dr. King, so that we can get a sense of if we need to, what support central office might need to offer. And I think, Dr. King, in your wisdom, we anticipate that we'll want to know as a board how many of those requests are coming in. I think that will be helpful. I think there are many parts of this that can be cumbersome for our educators in a way that is not supporting teaching and learning. Any other comments or motions?
This is Emily Chavez, and I make a motion to approve policies 3210, 4335, 4720, 6120, and 7300.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez.
Second.
The move by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Byer. Is there any other discussion? We'll do a voice vote. Ms. Chavez.
This is Emily Chavez, and I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers.
Aye.
Ms. Valladares.
Vote aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. They pass unanimously. The next item will be academic services, DPS information and technology Chromebook update.
Good evening, board members. The purpose of this presentation tonight is to provide the board and the Durham community an update that will explain our current one-to-one configuration, the path that was followed to reach our current status, and some of the challenges that we face in order to maintain the one-to-one program from day to day, and that we will need to be prepared to face as we attempt to continue with one-to-one going forward as a district. At this time, Ms. Joy Malone, our Executive Director for Information Technology, will come forward with the Chromebook update.
Thank you, Dr. King. Good evening, board members, Dr. Mabanga, cabinet members. I would also like to recognize our entire DPS IT leadership team who is here today. Mr. Paul Majumbi, our Director of IT Operations, he will be joining me in this presentation. Ms. Angela Atkinson, who is our Director of IT Support, and Mr. Eric Houston, he is our IT Asset Control Manager. This presentation is before you this afternoon for discussion as well as an action to approve funding for 4,002 Chromebooks in the amount of $1,893,041, and that is with ESSER funding. Next slide, please. Our agenda for this evening will include the following topics. We will highlight the roadmap that DPS took to become a one-to-one district, and that will be presented by our Director of IT Operations, Paul Majumbi. And then I will return to share some current inventory data that includes information about our district's one-to-one inventory management system. And lastly, we will discuss technology equity and sustainability. Next slide, and I'll turn it over to Paul.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Mbenga and cabinet members here. The strategic plan for 2018-2023, priority 1, goal 1D, talks about teachers, leaders, and staff using technology as a tool for accelerating and personalizing student learning. With this goal in focus, prior to the year 2020, we had achieved sufficient networking capacity. We had standardized devices for certified staff and administrators, and our goal was to become 3-to-1 or 2-to-1 student laptop ratio district. All these goals were on track. Then 2020 happened. Next slide, please. Due to the pandemic, we changed gears and presented to you a proposal to get the district to a one-to-one status, literally overnight. This plan ensured that every student had a Chromebook they could take home and use for instruction. But also the proposal had policy development, deployment schedules, and professional development to facilitate the success of remote instruction. I would like to extend my appreciation to tech champions, principals, and IT techs who worked tirelessly during the deployment phase and who had played a key role in maintaining our one-to-one district to this day. Although this proposal got us to a one-to-one status, a lot of the recommendations, such as staffing and refresh to sustain that status, were not implemented, and Ms. Malone will share some of those in the slides to come. Next slide, please. At the time we had, that's prior to 2020, as when in 2020, we had a total of roughly 18,000 devices in the district, of which 4,000 of those were in not great shape, missing keyboards, bad screens. And with the blessing of the board, we purchased an additional 20,016 devices, and that got us to a one-to-one status. Each child at the time had a device in good condition for instruction. Next slide, please. On this slide, we do highlight some of the purchases that the district has made since 2020. As stated, we purchased 20,016 devices in 2020 using CARES Act. We purchased an additional 1,060 devices using ESSER funding. And last year, we purchased 8,058 devices using a combination of ESSA and ECF funding. At this time, I'll pass it back to Ms. Malone to show us some data.
Thanks, Paul. Now, before we go into the next slides, we're going to be sharing some consolidated data on the status of our student Chromebooks. Before I go into that information, as Paul did, I want to acknowledge and recognize the work and efforts of our tech champions, our tech facilitators, our media coordinators, and our IT team members. Our tech champions have been the glue who have been accountable for deploying and managing technology assets at the school level. While most districts push this work on media coordinators and identified it as other duties as assigned with no additional compensation, Durham started out above the rest. Tech champions have been compensated with extra duty based on their student ADM, ranging from $750 per year to $1,250 per year. To eliminate the extra duty work on tech champions, our IT department has been piloting a method to insert full-time technicians at our large comprehensive high schools. Currently, Southern, Northern, and along with the School of Creative Studies have dedicated IT technicians. Over the next school year, we will continue to reduce the workload of our tech champions by pushing IT technicians into our schools more often and actually automating a lot of our processes that have been done manually. Next slide, please. Next slide. So all DPS schools currently use Chromebooks to achieve one-to-one, except the School of Creative Studies. Last school year, the School of Creative Studies received a grant to provide students Apple devices. You can see here grades 6 through 8 receive iPads, and students in grades 9 through 12 received MacBooks. All other DPS schools have Chromebooks as their one-to-one inventory, and then you can see that number as of October the 31st. It's 34,154 devices. Next slide, please. So since January 2020 through October of 2023, our district has 9,560 Chromebooks that have been reported missing and lost. In the table, you will see how the missing and lost devices are categorized by school levels. In talking with other educational IT leaders across the state, the missing and lost percentage of student devices range from 5 to 15% per year. The missing and lost Chromebooks in DPS, this is a community challenge. Our missing Chromebooks are being discovered in storage areas at our schools, in gyms, in our local churches, and in our parks. This is a call to action for everyone. Our audiovisual team is currently working on a commercial that will be shared prior to the holiday break to encourage our staff, our students, our families, and communities to return DPS Chromebooks and chargers. Next slide, please. Since January of 2020 through October of 2023, our district has had 16 Chromebooks that have been reported to local law enforcement as stolen, and we have an official police report on file. In the table here, you can see how those stolen devices are categorized by school levels. Next slide, please. Our district has removed 21 Chromebooks from our inventory because our repair vendor has identified the device as inoperable due to bug infestation. In the table, you can see how these biohazard devices are also categorized by school levels. Next slide, please. Since January of 2020 through October of 2023, our district has processed 19,898 repairs on our district-owned Chromebooks. This is over half of our inventory of devices. In the table, you can see how these devices are categorized, repairs are categorized by school level. Next slide. And so to dig a little deeper about those repairs, here on this table, you can see the top 5 repair types for our district Chromebooks. Over half of our devices have been repaired due to screen damage or some type of damage to the cover. Next slide, please. So one of the benefits of having an inventory management system is that we can see and run real-time reports on our inventory status. Additionally, our one-to-one inventory management system is integrated with PowerSchool, our student information management system. This integration allows our IT organizations, tech champions, principals, and anyone who a principal approves to have access to see their school's inventory at any time. This table shows by school category the number of students in our schools who are currently assigned more than one DPS-issued Chromebook. Next slide, please. Also, the integration between one-to-one and PowerSchool confirms that we have 1,221 Chromebooks that are still assigned to students who are no longer enrolled in Durham Public Schools. This table shows by school category the number of students who are assigned that are no longer in our school district. While we have started the conversation with Dr. Giovanni's office, the Office of Student Assignment and Records, because we want to close the loop on when a student leaves our district, making sure we collect all DPS assets. We also continue to work with our schools to make sure that they understand the real conversations with our families happen at the school level. Next slide, please. Now we will go into technology equity and sustainability. Next slide. This quote from Bill Gates sums it up. Technology is just a tool. In terms of getting the kids working together and motivating them, the teacher is the most important. Technology is woven into our 2023-2028 strategic plan. Technology is integrated in the classroom to enhance rather than to replace instruction in all content areas. Curriculum and instruction partners with our schools to ensure all students, educators, leaders, and coaches use the North Carolina digital learning competencies as a tool to accelerate and personalize student learning. All students receive an understanding of the fundamental concepts of technology operations and digital citizenship that includes an awareness of their digital footprint, online behaviors, as well as digital privacy. While all North Carolina state testing is performed online, we do have approximately 3,751 families who have opted out of technology, and our schools work with those families on how to accommodate their learning needs. Next slide, please. At the start of this school year, we implemented a student device sustainability plan. Our elementary school principals unanimously voted that our elementary school students could achieve academic success by being technology day users. For our middle, high, and specialty schools, we have implemented a model to track damage as accidental or intentional. As part of this table, you can see the action for each occurrence based on the damage type. Also this year, all students and staff are charged $25 for a replacement charger. Next slide, please. So to sustain our devices and to recognize students for taking care of their district-issued devices, the following sustainability plan has been developed. Grades pre-K through 5, they will remain technology day users, and those devices will be on a 6-year refresh rate. Our middle school students, they will keep their same device, their entire time in middle school, and those devices will be on a 3-year device refresh rate. And then for our students in grades 9 through 12, they will keep their same device during their time, and then those devices will be on a 4-year refresh rate. This will also allow for all schools to have 10 loaner devices for their schools as devices are being repaired. Next slide, please. So the big question, what is the need to sustain one-to-one in Durham Public Schools? The action before you today is to purchase 4,002 Chromebooks. You can see here, and based on one of the previous slides that Paul shared, the cost for a Chromebook has increased about $100, a little over $100. This year, we budgeted for that. You could see the total cost, and we have worked with finance on that funding source as ESSER. The question for the 2024-2025 school year, as well as the 2025-2026 school year, you see the estimated number of devices that we have here to maintain our one-to-one district. At this point in time, we have an asterisk there because those numbers could change based on the number of missing and lost devices that we have and any devices that are deemed unrepairable. Again, an unknown is the total cost or the cost per Chromebook. Is that going to change? And again, trying to figure out where that funding source is going to come from. Next slide, please. So this concludes our presentation. We are now open for discussions and for approval for funding of the 4,002 Chromebooks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malone and your team for the presentation and all your hard work managing so many devices. So I appreciate that. Board members, are any questions, comments? Ms. Valladares.
Thank you so much, Director of IT, Mr. Malone. I am just really perplexed with all the numbers of missing devices, and I also understand, that a lot of schools are grappling with it, grappling with students who have missing devices, and I really your department with the thought of having full-time tech champions in our high schools, right? In our comprehensive high schools. And you mentioned some of the schools at Southern, Northern and School for Creative Studies. When did they start? And as we look at some of the implementation, maybe it's whatever time that it's been, what are some of the learnings that we're seeing, and how is that being played out in the school, at the school level? I'd love to hear the feedback that the school is providing about having a full-time tech champion.
Yep. So, and these are full-time IT technicians. And so we have them, like you said, at Southern, Northern, and the School of Creative Studies. The School of Creative Studies is a little different because, again, they're using Apple devices. But again, having a resource there has been very beneficial to their school. We've received positive feedback from their principal. For Northern and Southern, again, just having that full-time person there that can be able to help and support with whether it's resetting passwords, helping with computer deployment. So we've received great feedback. We're still tracking the metrics from the number of tickets and incidents that they're having there. But again, the principals, they are very excited to have a full-time person there and really for that work not to be on a tech champion.
This is so great. And I'm sorry, Dr. Mbenga, please correct me, Executive Director of IT, right? Yes, I want to give you your props. Over time, we have definitely seen changes. Like there was a time when DPS was not a one-to-one district. And that has happened, around the time of the pandemic, and we have maintained that. It doesn't mean that it's always easy, especially as it's a new initiative, and people don't understand that sometimes. It seems like, the changes that we see seem like as though it's been like that the whole time. And no, we were really a recent district that has adopted one-to-one, but we hope to continue doing that. And so I love how you framed it as sustainability. And that is the realest thing, because what costs $2 million will probably cost $5 to $11 million in the next few years. So I really commend you, on those projections, because we have to keep track of the trends, and we start projecting out, if we keep at this pace with the number of lost devices and chargers, that's going to eat at our budget, and we will not have. I see Paul Lasur always warning us about the funds that are running out, that are not going to be here forever. And so that poses a budgetary issue for us. But when it comes to our families, your presentation included so many things that sometimes we don't, I hadn't thought about. Biohazard. We're talking about pests, like pest control. We're talking about devices that, where it's a biological hazard, right? And so, there's a process by which I would imagine the devices, when they're received, you need ample time to make sure and tease out, because I wouldn't want to give a device to any of my colleagues that might pose a hazard, right? A biohazard. And so all those protocols, all those processes that you have in place include the time to figure out what's going on with the device and make sure that it is an adequate device for our students. Can you tell us a little bit more about some of that process? I mean, there's so many processes you have in place, but just even that, can you expand upon that process?
So what happens is when a student, whether it's a student, they're a family member, or either a tech champion, they find an issue with the device, they submit a ticket to our IT support center. So within 8 hours, we provide a response to say, hello, your ticket has been received. A technician will be assigned. A technician will go out to that school, usually within, I would say, 2 to 3 days, to pick up that device. They pick up that device, they do an assessment on that device. If it is something that they can fix right then, they'll fix it there on site. If not, if that device is deemed that it has to go out to a repair company, then it'll go out to a repair company. However, we get a device back in the hands of that student and that school to add to their inventory. We take that device out of that school's inventory while it's being repaired. And so at that point, the repair company, we actually do kind of process metrics on our repair company to find out how long is it taking them to repair our devices. And so on general, they come 3 times a week. And so we usually find where they're returning our devices within a week. And so at that point, again, if it's a biohazard, they return it to us, it's taped up, and they say that, hey, this device can no longer be used. A lot of times before the device is sent out, we might not know that it's a biohazard. Again, we have had to send some of our IT employees home because, again, they've had, they've become contaminated from a device. And so what happens is when they open up the device, they see then that there's something inside of the motherboard and things of the device that at that point we have to take it out of our inventory. If that is the case, they return the device to us. We put it in our warehouse. We call cannibalize it. So sometimes we can use it for parts. Other times we have to send it out to e-waste to see if we can recoup some costs to, again, purchase more devices. So that's kind of how the process works. Our repair company, like I said, they come Monday, Wednesday, and Friday to our warehouse, returning devices that have been repaired. We put those, again, back in the rotation and send them back out to our schools.
Thank you. I have one last thing. A little bit of two things. Over the past few years, we get a lot of insight and feedback verbally, through emails, through calls. It is very important because we can't know what's happening on the ground without that feedback, and that feedback is so valuable. And so I thank, our Durham Public Schools community for providing as much feedback about what's working, how are they seeing it on the ground. I want to commend you particularly because, one of the things that I do as as an advocate, I'm an advocate at heart, is definitely to make sure that when it comes to issues, to understand a little bit more about the issues, right? And so for example, there have been concerns from numerous educators about the constraints on the devices, like not being able to change the screen, not being able to download certain software, not being able to do things. And not only our educators, but also our students have also told us numerous times, like, this device is so frustrating. And they tell us, and one of the things that I like to do is just send you those questions, just outlining, here's an issue that I'm hearing from community. Tell me about the wireless system and why certain devices don't connect. I learned so much. I learned about Pixie phones. I learned so much, but you're handling not only the distribution of devices, but also the requirements in terms of wireless services, what devices can connect to the wireless network, what phones can connect to that based under security settings, and how all that ties to our insurance premium that we pay as a district, because we do not want to become like that district that about that got hacked. So these are hard conversations to have sometimes when folks email us, and many folks, and we love these emails. We love them because we can't fix issues unless we can name the issue and send that to our admins and you clarify. And so you've told us a little bit more about the reason why you have these constraints in the devices, but can you explain a little bit more about the implications of not being stringent, like not having that? I know we can go into this about hacking, but it's not just one thing. It even affects our premium, our insurance premium, I understand.
Yep. But on that point, one thing that I'll share is I am an IT leader. But I also consider myself as an educator in this space, being in public school system. And so with that, I'm also a parent. And so I see the needs of whether it's, our students, we go out to the schools and they have gang flags and signs or guns on their screensaver of their Chromebook. And so when we see that, we say, is there an educational reason or is there an educational purpose for that? I'll go, my son, he has his favorite rap artist up there. That doesn't have anything to do with his work in doing iReady or iExcel. And so again, I look at that for all of our students. One of the things regarding cybersecurity, when you have rights to change your screensavers and things like that on your computer, you also have rights to download software. And again, in downloading that software, that puts our district at risk, because if we don't have the license for that software, those companies are going to come after us because we're not appropriately licensed. Also with Dr. Giovanni's office, we have the cybersecurity is real. And Dr. Giovanni can share more of the details. I meet with her to go over what we have to do to be compliant, to again, keep our premiums low from a cybersecurity standpoint. Here.
I've managed to allow Ms. Malone to take the blame for all of the multifactorial authentication that we've done, but that's me. And I've managed to let her take the blame for the emails, the phishing emails, but that's also our insurance company. Those are mandated. And I will say she is to be commended, and her team, Mr. Majumbi and everyone in the IT department, because they are our broker and our cybersecurity people. Commend them. They indicate that we are at the top, not just for school systems, but for industry. And I mean, that's just the dedication. I mean, it takes, you can throw money at something, but when people have a passion and care about the work that they're doing, it shows. And I just would be remiss if I did not share that. So finally got busted with that, but thank you. Thank you, Ms. Malone and Mr. Majumbi and the IT team.
Yes, just want to make a few comments as we're having this conversation. My understanding that we're coming for the approval for us to be able to buy more Chromebooks, but I think there's a lingering question there about how we're going to be able to sustain this program. That's really a deep conversation that we need to have today. I remember a couple months ago, I had a meeting with Superintendent Student Advisory Group. I asked a question. How many of you know your friends that have more than one device? All of them raise their hands. they have more than one devices at home. So it's really concerning to me that we've made really serious efforts to get to one-to-one. If we're not gonna sustain this, I'm feeling really bad about this. As we're talking about AI and all this technology in the future, not having enough devices for our students, that's concerning. And number two, as DPI is moving pretty much all the assessment online, if our students are not really used to have those devices on a daily basis, it's not going to advantage them when they have those assessments. As if you can look at our PowerPoints, probably slide 20, the cost for next year, I think we're good when it comes to SR fund this year, but the projection next year is gonna cost roughly about $8 million. If you pretty much multiply by 500, estimating that each Chromebook is gonna be about $500, that's over $8 million next year. I know the history of going to county commissioners. We have a lot of needs, master's pay and other things. Just going to ask for close to $10 million just for Chromebook on the regular basis. That's a conversation that we need to have. Thank you to board for allowing us to be able to charge for those chargers. Last year, we spent over $300,000 just for those chargers. I know there need to be a serious conversation when it comes to accountability, and for our students also to be responsible how to be keeping those devices. Example, I have a grandson that is in Wake County schools, third graders. He has had this device almost for 4 years now. And last time when I saw him, he had his device. He was playing, was doing something, then he just closed it quickly. I say, Eli, you're gonna mess it up. So you have this probably for another 2 years. So it's gonna take really all of us to have really serious conversation on how we're gonna be able to sustain this. If we think we're gonna be able to get a good $10 million every year to sustain this, that's a different conversation. That would be great. If not, then we have to put really measures in place to be able to protect those devices.
Thank you, Dr. Mabenga. Ms. Rogers?
Thanks for this presentation. The question I always ask, what's the urgency look like on this? $2 million is a big ask. We're not, I would love to hear from educators, parents, about how they're feeling about moving forward with something like this before we make a decision. And I don't know that we've had that opportunity. So is this something that we can decide on at our next board meeting?
Just clarifying question here. Are you referring to the $4 million that we're bringing forth that we're going to use out of SR funds, which is going to expire in September? So I think we're feeling comfortable because this SR funds, and we gotta have to refresh some of those devices to have in our disposal. Otherwise, the money can be used differently. I think looking at our priorities, we felt this is really good timing for us to be able to have those devices.
Okay. And also I'll add, so some of our devices currently right now, again, from a hardware standpoint, they have a warranty of 4 years. But again, some of them have broken hinges, and the students are still kind of able to use them. They're getting by, but again, they pose a safety hazard. And so again, this will allow us to take those devices out of rotation and put, we can use them, like say, for example, if it's the screen still works, we can use that screen to put on another device.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. Can we talk about tech champions? How many are there? What does the turnover rate look like for tech champions and their sort of burnout rates?
Yeah. So I do not have the data with me on, I do have, because again, we keep the tech champions kind of year over year. So we have a spreadsheet of that. I don't have that data with me today, but I can actually share that.
Okay, that will be helpful.
Okay.
On the school level, who's been responsible for ensuring that devices are returned and returned properly?
So again, that would be administrators, tech champions. Tech champions usually do the deployment of devices as well as the collection of devices. that is kind of been, the principals. But again, our IT teams have gone out to schools to help with that distribution and collection, as well as I've seen kind of other staff members helping, because again, that's a huge team effort.
Is there a form letter that goes home, or what should parents be looking for if their student has multiple devices? Have they been notified that they have multiple devices with expectation that they should return them?
So there's no kind of form or anything like that that's been sent out or anything. So again, we're communicating with our principals. They have kind of the spreadsheet of the students, the multiple devices, the serial numbers of those devices. I was actually out at a school last week because we found that one student was using 5 devices. I went out to that school. The student did not, the student was like, no, I don't have these devices. But we kind of just like did an incentive. I said, so for every DPS device you bring back, I'll give you a gift card. And so the next day, that student brought 4 devices back. And then he also told one of his friends, who I hadn't even talked to, and she brought a device back. And so that was 5 devices that we collected at one school last week. Yesterday, our team was out at another school. The principal made an announcement while we were there that, hey, we're going to do a campaign and we're going to bring Chromebooks as well as chargers back. We were there while the students were going out to the bus and the car pickup line. And this was an elementary school. And when the student came up to say, hey, Dr. Principal, did you say y'all were going to give money for returning Chromebooks and chargers? And so we all just smiled. And we were like, so what do you have? And he pulled chargers out of his book bag. And so at that point in time, it was just like, what do we have on us right now to recognize this student for being honest and for giving us those chargers and those Chromebooks? And so again, one of the things that I mentioned about like that commercial, so our AV team, we're using kind of footage. So one of the things with those students that, turned in those 4 Chromebooks, I said, hey, would you like to participate in a commercial to make this bigger for DPS? And he was so excited. And so we're going back to their school to film, to encourage and share this with our families and across the district to say, hey, if you see any DPS devices in the community anywhere, bring those back. When they do bring them, we do scan them to make sure they're DPS devices, because again, we have received Wake County devices. We've received devices from other states. Eric sends those back. But again, we do want to make sure that we are in possession of only our devices, and we partner with other counties to send theirs back.
That's helpful. I was one of the people who was on the fence about the $25 fee for chargers, especially since when my son lost his charger, I had to purchase it myself. And then now I have an extra charger at home that doesn't go to anything because we have used Apple devices. So what's being offered? Is there an effort or a way for parents to allow students to use their own devices?
So again, any student they cannot use their own device for testing.
Okay.
So they can't use their own device for testing, but again, our network is set up where they can bring their own device and it will connect to our network. Again, when it comes down to using kind of Canvas and things like that, again, that's kind of built into our Chromebook and easy to navigate. But again, if those families prefer to use their device, our IT team does not provide support on personal devices. But again, we can provide them guidance on how to connect their device to the network and access school systems.
And is that being deployed by administrators on each school level, or is that something that families should automatically know?
Well, again, that's, and Dr. Giovanni, if you could help me, because that isn't one of our board policies regarding they have the option to bring their own device and the schools can determine that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Right, I'm gonna go to Ms. Carter Alton and I'll come back to you, Ms. Byer.
Thank you. I am still, we've discussed this, but I'm still struggling with the number of missing devices that we have. Not just because that's a lot of money that we don't have, to spare, but also because I am concerned about what we are teaching our kids about responsibility and about taking care of things. Even the stories that you described tonight are frank, it just bums me out further to hear some of that, right? So I am wondering, like, what are we doing to prevent this from happening? I'm excited about the commercial. Excited to see that. I'm hoping that that works. I want to see some data on how well that works and what we invest in that commercial. But then I want to know, what are we doing to prevent this moving forward? If we're going to commit to $2 million tonight or soon, and many more $1 million moving forward, how are we going to stop bleeding laptops and devices in our district? And how are we going to teach our kids and families about how to take care of their things?
Yep. So I definitely, again, I think it's that continuous education thing. Again, our system tells us when we get ready to scan a device for a student, we see on the screen all of the DPS assets they have. So it shows that they have a Chromebook already. It shows that they have a hotspot. And so it really goes to empowering those who are deploying devices to ask those questions of our students of, our system show that you have a device already at home. And so it's really around kind of that conversation piece. Again, this kind of missing device type piece is, like you said, is reactive. And when we look at that, currently right now, we have kind of some software that's trying to help us to locate some of these missing devices. So again, the schools or Take Champion, they report to us, hey, this device is missing. When that device turns on, we can kind of get some indication of the last student that logged into that device and where it may be. And so we work with the principals to say, hey, this is what we're seeing. Can you follow up and have conversations with these students? But really, again, it goes to really educating our families as well as educating those in our schools who are passing out these devices to our students to make sure that we're just asking the tough questions and not just continuing to pass devices when we see that they already have one.
I appreciate that. I'm wondering, I know Dr. Mubenga mentioned a grandchild in Wake County, and I've seen some of what Wake County has online in the way of forms, like contracts basically that they have their students and parents or caregivers sign, basically saying that they understand what the device is supposed to be used for, what their responsibility is. To what extent are we doing things like that? Like, I hear that education is important, but how are we implementing that in a district-wide way? And then also, like, what's our comprehensive plan that's documented with procedures in place that we're going to be following in our district to make sure this doesn't happen in the future?
Yeah. So we do have, I'm currently right now where our families kind of opt out of technology. That's done in Power School. We do have a kind of a one-to-one device care document that we've shared prior. And again, we are working with the Office of Public Affairs to revitalize our website. So we can basically take a lot of that document and put it in kind of one place for our families as well as at the school level. So again, some of that's out there. It's not necessarily in a consolidated place now, but that's one of the things that we're working on. As well as when we start looking at, how do we share this information? Our parents, yes, they opt in the technology. When we look at kind of the Wake County model and some of our other local school systems, some of them, they don't necessarily have like where you're paying for, those type things as well. So again, they're just acknowledging that they do receive these policies or do see those policies. And again, that's kind of like in a Power School system.
Let me complete a little bit of what Ms. Maloney is saying. I think I will suggest our team to be able to come up with a comprehensive plan, how we're going to be able to protect those devices. I know we're going to have a robust conversation today. I think my plan today was pretty much to let all of us know that if we don't stop this bleeding, we're not going to be able to sustain this. So it's going to be our responsibility to come with those procedure protocol in place. We're not going to reinvent the wheel. I think Wake County, other places, they have those as well. We're going to look at them and see how that's going to fit to DPS and be able to bring those comprehensive plan, how we're going to be able to move forward and sustain those devices.
Thank you. One more just concern I wanted to put out there is ensuring that all of our students have devices. So for a one-to-one district, we've got 34,000 Chromebooks out there now. We're looking at buying more. Plus, we got iPads and MacBooks. But we're still hearing that kids don't have the devices that they need to be able to participate in their classes. That worries me. And the fact that we only have 10 loaners in each school when schools sometimes have over 1,000 students in them, is that sufficient? So I guess I'd like to see data on how many kids are currently without a device. And you'd mentioned the amount of time it takes to fix a device. So what happens in the meantime, especially for a student like a high schooler who's got to be using this regularly? Yeah, I'm worried about inequities there with our kids that don't have access otherwise. Yep.
Let me help to respond to that question as well. I think that's going to be a part of our comprehensive plan. What we've been facing here was pretty much when principals are putting a lot of pressure on IT, we need those devices. And then IT say, Johnny has 3 already. So that's the conversation that we need to have. If Johnny, you've been giving 2 already, yes, we understand you have to get to Canvas, you got to get your assignments. What is our decision? Are we going to be able to give Johnny additional device, or Johnny's just going to be able to use the device while he's in school? So that's need to be really our comprehensive plan, how we're going to be able to pretty much solve this problem.
I'm gonna go to Ms. Byer and then did you have something on this? Okay, I'll go to Ms. Byer. I'll come back to you.
So I want to thank you for the data that you've presented tonight. It's a lot. And then I still have data questions. So like Ms. Carter Otten, I continue to hear that we have a lot of high school and middle school students that are this far into the year, close to Thanksgiving, and they still do not have a one-to-one device. So I'd like to know kind of where those numbers are. And when I heard that 10 loaner devices was the solution at some of our comprehensive high schools, there is no way that would even touch. I've sat at a comprehensive high school and watched them come back with legitimate students. Didn't break them, they break, right? There is some of this that is not damage. It's a limit, it breaks. So 10 devices would not touch that at all. So how many students, you have any idea right now in the school year, don't have a device in middle school and high school?
I do not have an account on that, but again, that is something that we can easily pull out of our one-to-one inventory system.
As far as the staff devices, did all of those get deployed in the second wave?
So the second wave starts here after Thanksgiving.
Okay, so and forgive me if I totally misunderstood all of this, but I thought we were buying this stuff months ago and it was all going to be ready for start of school, both year round and otherwise. So I didn't see that as successful as I hoped it would be for our folks getting started to start the year. I'm glad you're talking about, a comprehensive kind of remedial plan. It's on us and the adults to teach the students how to care for these and how to bring them back and how to treat them. It's something new for them to learn. And during the pandemic, we didn't have any luxury of that. It was like a Frisbee, we were just giving them out, and our tech champions, thank them so much. I mean, they came in and worked overtime, Paul. I think you said they were spending scary times early in the pandemic in our schools, close together, getting devices out. But I almost think, because we've been at this a while, that it might help us to bring a consultant that has expertise in this and on device recovery, so that we can get the best practices in place pretty quickly. And what I continue to hear, and I know you all hear some of this, and some of it comes to us with frustrated tech champions and folks that don't, there's a disconnect that I continue to hear with tech champions in the building supporting students and the support that comes in different ways from IT. So I know y'all have worked on bridging some of that, but I'd like us to continue to create a culture that opens the door to criticism, because that's what comes in Durham. we live in Durham. People don't bring their praise. They bring their questions, their hard questions, their criticism. But that culture that we welcome that feedback because they are supporting students on the front lines. And this is so much an equity issue. So, you know, how many hotspots do we have out there? Is that an expense we're going to need to maintain? Those kind of numbers I think are really going to be important. I did the math too, Dr. Mabenga, 8 million and 5 million. That's not small money. So it really is going to behoove us to work on these policies as best we can as we teach students how to care for this. It also the notion of making elementary students just day users. We just have to keep that in mind when we hit inclement weather, because we can't flip to a virtual day. We can't call it a virtual day if a kid doesn't have a device, right? We can't do that anymore. And that's fine. And knock on wood, we'll have no inclement weather. We don't need that. Yeah. Just one snow day like everyone needs. But yeah, so those were the numbers that I was looking for and didn't see. Just how many kids still don't have them? How many staff still don't have them? And then what can we do to have more than 10 loaners in those schools when that's not enough? I mean, and what is are we purchasing these are so expensive because the repair cost is in that purchase price or software is in that? Because they seem like expensive
So
Chromebooks.
it includes the Google education license as well as it comes to 4-year hardware repair.
So the ones that you're talking about being on a 6-year cycle will still just have the 4 years of repair
Correct.
and will be hoping that they last. Is that the
Correct.
plan with those?
Yes, because they are staying at the school.
You talked a little bit about device tracking software. Is that on them now?
No, that's only if they're identified as missing. So we turn that on if the device becomes missing, if the school notifies us that it's missing.
Okay. Okay. I just look forward to, and I do think it is a ginormous task that we've asked, you know, staff and schools to do. I do think there might be a consultant that could help us devise some of this policy more quickly and more thoroughly so that we get on top of this year and not wait till the summertime. So I hope y'all will at least consider that going forward.
Yes. And Ms. What are you gonna say?
Yeah, Ms. Malone, before you respond, let's go back to student devices. I think this came to my attention from the board and we met with all this comprehensive high school. I remember Southern, they were short about 200 devices and Jordan was like 40. And I advised or recommended to Ms. Malone to make sure by the next 48 hours, all those schools should be receiving the devices, which they did. And then on top of that, we have agreed that they're gonna have 10 loaners that is going to be under the care of the principal. So I'm not aware of any school at this point not having student devices. So we're able to resolve it when we had our meeting with those principals. So when it comes to staff devices, and I'll let you, Ms. Malone, respond.
Yep. So as far as staff devices, so again, our original project plan that it was going to be in 2 phases. So the first phase include new staff coming into the district, as well as we did a staff device verification survey. So the first phase of that project included our new hires and everyone who completed that staff device survey. Again, it was always originally broken up into 2 parts because it is a huge task, as well as for the funding for those devices. The way that we were getting our funding, it also had to be broken up into 2 parts. And so again, we've always said that the second phase would start here in November. And that includes anyone who did not, again, we have some staff, they were in phase 1 and they have refused to turn in their Dell device. And so again, we'll be coming back to them in phase 2, as well as for all of those staff members who did not complete the staff device survey. And so that's when they'll be getting their device. We have a project plan. We have weekly meetings on that. And so again, we are communicating with the principals, giving the tech champions just awareness. And on the days that our technicians are scheduled to be at those schools, they will be running the project to deploy those staff devices. Some of the other comments that I noted regarding hotspots. So I know very quickly, we got the hotspot bill this week for this past month, and I think it was like $22,000. Again, we're looking at there. We provide reporting to our principals on data usage of our hotspots. And so again, we are working with AT&T, our provider, because again, we can see some of the sites that our students are going to. They're not curriculum and instruction sites. And so again, we're having conversations with our principals and tech champions to have conversation with those students about, hey, this is, a DPS device and it should be used for educational purposes.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go to Ms. Chavez and I'll come back to you, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Malone and Mr. Majumbi for this presentation. You all have a very big job managing all of this. And I want to say that, what I'm recognizing through this presentation is that we are at a point now, post-pandemic, where we have to get ahead of the process of making sure all of our students have devices with this comprehensive plan. They have their devices, but making sure we get ahead of this as our funds run out, our ESSER funds and all of that. So I also wanted to just mention that in this conversation, I was thinking about the digital divide and how that's really the context for this conversation. And we have kids who have had a device since they were toddlers, and and we have kids who won't have their own device outside of what the district provides them until they perhaps go to college. How we support student learning in this context with technology and digital literacy, I think, is really important. So I have some thoughts, and there might be some questions in here, but some of it is reiterating what my colleagues have said. I'm wondering how the number of devices or the percentage of devices that are unaccounted for currently in our district compared to the total number of devices we have out there, how that compares to other districts, and what best strategies or best practices there are. If we have data, for instance, that student devices are more likely to get lost over the weekend or over breaks or something like that, if there are strategies to sort of minimize when those periods are that devices are more likely to get lost. That might be harder for high school students who have more rigorous demands on in their academic work. But I'm just thinking about what data shows us about what different kinds of innovative practices we might employ to make sure our students are best supported in tracking their devices and making sure they know where they are. I'm also wondering just about the number of loaners and if it's sufficient, as Ms. Carter-Otten said. I was wondering if we had considered basing the number of loaners on the school population rather on just a standard number for each school. And then the last thing I wanted to say was about what our students do when they don't have a device, and if we can sort of if there's some leaning on the tech champions to sort of navigate that. My understanding is their role kind of more so bridges the curriculum and technology, and so are there ways that we can have a more standardized plan to support students when they don't have a device with the support of the tech champions?
So just to kind of, I wrote down kind of some of your questions or comments there. So I was recently in a meeting with other, IT leaders from other districts. And so that's where I got the information from of some of them have 5% lost. And it went up to kind of 15% loss per year of their Chromebooks. Everybody is saying, hey, this is a challenge that all of our districts are facing. All of our districts are also facing the challenge of where are the funds going to come from to sustaining this. So I don't really necessarily feel that it's a unique Durham problem. But again, I think we are DPS and we can have that unique way about how we go after and try to recoup these devices. One of the things also of, we don't have the data to say, do this number of devices get lost on Thanksgiving or Christmas break or any of those type things. But that is one thing that, again, in our commercial and in our communication out to schools, we're sending reminders to say, remember, our elementary school students are technology day users. Please remind families, don't leave your Chromebook in the car while you're out shopping, because again, that increases the risk that they may get stolen. And so again, just preparing and sharing that information so our principals can have it to share with their families. Again, we've gone back and forth about the number of loaners, what's kind of the right fit for each school. Really, it's just going to come down to if we have like the surplus of devices, we can increase the number of loaners that we provide to each school. That's kind of, just, like a common thing is that, so if we have that surplus of devices, we can give more schools loaners, or give them, a greater number of loaners. But ultimately, again, with the number of students with multiple devices assigned, there is an opportunity for us to go after that to be able to provide more loaners at our schools. And then I think the last comment you had just kind of about just the work and kind of tech champions. And I think also, Ms. Byers, you mentioned this. When I think about the collaboration of the work that we've done with tech champions, I know when I started DPS, IT was under operational services. We made the move to move technology under academic services. And I must admit, it was probably one of the best decisions that we could have made, because from curriculum and instruction to IT, we are really collaborating at a level that we have not in the past. Our team, again, each month, we have tech champion meetings. And again, we take all criticism with a smile and we keep moving. And what I found is that, some of our tech champions, they've been doing this longer than I have. And so again, we take that feedback, but also some of the challenges that we encounter is there's kind of that change curve. And sometimes people are just so accustomed and common to doing it this way. It's hard for them to see the other side or to value it and to change. So we continue to work with them, at a slow pace. One of the things that Paul's team has been working on feverishly is how can we allow our students, especially at our high school level, to be able to change their own password and to have an equity focused on that. So if you have a cell phone, it can kind of authenticate to your cell phone. But if you don't have a cell phone, here are other ways in which they can reset their cell phone. And still, when we presented that this week, some of our tech champions are like, no, we want to reset passwords. We want to reset passwords. We want them to come to the library to get their password reset. And so it's things like that that we're continuing to kind of work through and kind of give options so it can take some of that manual work off of people, when especially the technology and the automation is there that can support us and help us.
Thank you so much. That context is really important. And that's good to have the data or the information too, just about the other school districts. And it makes sense that this is a challenge that many districts are facing. And it makes me think that ultimately we will want to see what we should be kind of incorporating into our budget annually to account for devices that go missing, but hopefully not as many as we have now. Because the reality is, we're not going to be able to maintain every device, but as things get clearer, we'll be able to figure out what what budgetary decisions we need to make to sustain this program. But thank you. You are forging a into a new area in a new time period. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm gonna go back to Ms. Rogers and Ms. Valladares, and then I'm gonna jump in.
Thank you. I really appreciate you talking about how the Chromebooks are working with academic services and the move from operation to academics. I can appreciate that. One of the things that I have brought up previously is a better understanding if elementary school students are day users and they're beginning their testing as elementary school students. How are we ensuring that families are supportive of student outcomes? And how can families get access to student curriculum and things of that nature so that they can support them in their success and additional study skills? Do we have any information about that, or can we get that in the future?
Yep, I definitely, again, we have biweekly meetings with our curriculum and instruction colleagues, so I can definitely make sure that that's shared.
Thank you. That was one of the things. These 1,221 devices that were assigned to students that are no longer enrolled in DPS. Can you tell me a little bit about that? Do any of our guidance counselors or our graduation checklists have anything to do with how we are recovering Chromebooks from seniors?
So one of the things, and keep in mind, as I looked at that data, the majority of them are not just seniors. They're kind of like at all grade levels. And that's where we worked with the records team to make sure that like their data managers, as they're processing a student departing, that they put that in there, that they have access to our one-to-one system so they can see for themselves if a student has a device, so then they can ask that family for that device.
Okay, I started with seniors, but I was going to everybody else.
Okay, yeah.
And so the other question that I have is about the specific devices. So they're tied to a particular student. Is there a way for a family to log in to see what date Chromebooks were issued to their students, or who it was issued by, like what school, if they switch schools and things of that nature? Because I know, especially given that you're saying you're incentivizing, that some people will bring their little brother and bring them to you and let you have them if you're going to offer them an incentive. And can you talk a little bit more about the budget, where the incentives are coming from? It really, I'm concerned that we are bribing back our devices when we haven't asked for them back yet.
Yeah. So the number, the first thing that you asked about was, how did this, sorry.
Can parents log in and get access? How do they find out where and when Chromebooks were issued to their students?
So we do not have a way for parents to see that information in our one-to-one inventory management system. So whoever has that, there is an audit log. And so it can show us who assigned that student a device and when, if that device went out for repair, who was assigned to, if it changed school inventories, but that is not out for like others outside of IT tech champions or principals or anyone that they have identified to have access to. And then your other question related to kind of bribing or incentives and things like that. So it's really kind of at that school level. So actually the $5 gift cards was actually a local restaurant that gave those to us. And so again, different principals that I've had conversations with, they know what motivates their students best. And so again, one of the schools, they were having some kind of s'mores event with their families. They may not offer anything. There may be some principals, because again, they may look at, hey, we have this number of missing devices at our school. We're kind of leading the district in missing devices. We want to get ahead of this. So they may have that need to say, hey, we want to incentivize our students to do that. And so, again, that's something, or decisions that are being made at the school level. We're just communicating to our families and the schools that, hey, this is a need out here. We need you to come up with what method works best for your families to help us to receive these devices back.
If I can jump in just with some context, it's important to remember that if you remember in the slide, We left school one day a few years ago and the world was one way. And we showed up the next day and everything was different. One of the things that I and talked with this staff about is we spent a good bit of time where all that we had to try to address those differences, frankly, was money, right? And so we threw lots of money at this issue because our world was changing so quickly. I think it's reasonable to say that when we were in the process of throwing that money at this issue, everything was brand new. And so there was very little thought, consideration about how we were going to recover these devices at some point, what would happen in terms of whether or not we'd be able to even frankly keep up with these devices. And so I think it's important for us to remember that the place that we are now in terms of having to think about, what I think about is really loss mitigation for these devices. We're really almost back in 2000, right? Because we're talking about a very new phenomenon that we have to put our hands around. I think it's very clear when you think about the spur of the moment kind of responses that Ms. Malone has used so far to get devices, and every one of them have been successful. That tells me that when we begin to look at this seriously, we begin to focus on it and we begin to place some sustained effort around it, we're going to be able to get our hands around this problem. But I think it's just important to remember that it's not a problem that I think most of us or any of us, frankly, knew would become a problem because we did not know what the back end of this new reality of one-to-one schools and one-to-one initiatives meant for us. So what I want to say to this board is that we recognize one of the conversations that we've had is that if we are going to come to this board and have this board then go to its funding board to ask for funds to support our maintenance of this program, we certainly have to put ourselves in a position where we are able to make clear that we are maintaining and we are taking care of these devices. And so what I would assure you is that we are going to get about that business. We had a school, I think earlier this week, share with us that they needed a certain number of devices. We retorted that you have this many devices missing. Can you do something to find those devices? They went out and almost overnight found half of them. And so I think the reality is that this has not been a focus, right, for us and for our schools. We know now, based on the size of that number, and since the first time I've seen that presentation, that number has been the one that I see at night. We know now that we have to get moving around this issue. And we're going to do that, and I think we're going to be successful. I think we know going forward, there are some processes that we can shore up. I mean, nothing will help as much as, frankly, just saying to students when they come in for a loaner and in need of a loaner, hey, let me look at this, let me look at my screen and find out how many devices you have. Sharing that information with parents, which is something that heretofore in a systemic way, I don't think we've done, but we recognize that we need to do now. So there's some things that we can do, and I think that we can find some real success with bringing these devices back into the fold in a relatively quick manner. But more importantly, as we go forward, we know that this is an issue now, and we won't find ourselves here again losing this number of devices over periods of time. So I think it's important to kind of share that context about kind of the change in reality that we've all faced. And it's really difficult when when you're doing something completely new to be able to kind of anticipate what the challenges will be on the back end of that situation.
Thank you for that. I was looking at this number of 9,560. That's not the number of kids who don't have devices in the district. That's the number of missing lost student devices. Some of them have already been assigned a device. And so If we wanted to start with the worst case scenario, that number is staring us about 9,500, potentially 9,560 kids would be without devices because they're missing, but that's not the case. The case is that every single time a school sends in the list of missing devices, there's some communication between the school administration and your department to try to figure out how to solve this. And communication is key. Communication is actually our best bet to get these devices back. And understanding is necessary. I do take concern with rhetoric and a perception that you're not responsive, because I've seen the opposite of that. I have seen you go on Durham Association of Educators Facebook thread, which has gazillions of comments. And if I look for your name, I assure you there's going to be probably hundreds, if not more than that, of ways that you continue to stay on top of what is the feedback. I also take offense with the fact that our community continues to voice the same concerns and issues are not being addressed. One of the things that I do is anytime I get an email, I ask the person, do I have your consent? Because consent is important to me. As an advocate, I've encountered fire from administrators. I've been on that end where I'm the antagonizer, the instigator. I know what this is like, and I take the code of organizers very seriously. And I ask, do I have your consent to either, number one, share this concern, just the issue, and send that in, and then based on whatever they answer, or do you just want me to hear it? Because sometimes people just want to vent and they just want to tell us how horrible things are going, but they're like, don't tell this to the administration. We just want to tell you. We want you to know how bad it is. And then my question to them is, if you want us in my role, in our role as representatives of the community to address an issue, number one, even in law enforcement, in any system, whether it's a health system or education system, you have to have an issue and you have to have a process to address that issue. Now, I do have confidence that we can get ahead of this issue, just like we have done when there was a concern about landlines not being in every classroom. I sent that issue to you in an email. We hear this, Executive Director of IT, Ms. Malone, we hear this concern that classrooms don't have phones. And what did you do? Immediately, you told me what that process would be like, procurement to bid, to when it was going to be shipped, to when, and I relayed that information step by step to the person who asked me that question. And I said, there's a delay, but I explained that because you took the time to explain step by step how the ordering process goes, what the contract, the bids, whatever it is that you all have to do to make sure that everything is accounted for and done with the best practices in hand. So what I'm saying is that as I look at this issue, I have full confidence because I have seen you not only address 1, 2, 3, but multiple things. And, and that is the thing to the community. If there is an issue, tell us, and tell us how you want us to go about it. Do we have your consent to share that with administration? I always ask that, and once they say, yes, you have the consent to share just the issue, but make it anonymous, you got it. It's going to be anonymous. There's a code, that I follow and that, we follow as representatives. And we say, typical email that I send you, Ms. Malone, there's a concern about Pixel phones. And so, and you explained that based on the type of infrastructure we have in wireless, there are some phones that don't conform to those specifications. And so I think what would be really important to us is to really think about this as a life cycle of a device. If you borrow a book from the library and you lose that book, chances are you have a fine, in many places. Now, Durham has worked towards not having fines, and the Durham County Library has done amazing work to try to remove that burden on families. And so this is more than a book. This is worth more. How many books, with one device, $500 worth of device, almost $500. It's more than a book. Well, some books are expensive, but this is no different. It's a tool. And I think that this is something that takes all hands on deck. And I tell our community, if you have a concern, if it is an issue, we will be on top of it. We will follow that issue. It has to be an issue. Now, you tell us whether it's a specific issue about, we talked about students without devices. I'm looking at this number 9560 as missing, but it does not equate to 9,560 students not having a device because work has been done. And the administration is working with you to address that and find solutions. And I do know that in some schools, they are applying for grants to secure their own devices. And that is something that is wonderful because School for Creative Studies, shout out to the school for attaining that grant. And maybe other schools can also apply for grants to have their devices. But I just say that this is tricky work. You're doing, a great job. I see you out there and I see you really responsive. And so I just want to commend you for the work that you're doing. And I see the work that a lot of our admins are doing. I'm actually not somebody, as somebody who's a community organizer and a rabble rouser or whatever instigator, I have watched our administration address issues. And I'm not saying that you all are perfect, but I will vouch for the work that happens when I see it. And many of you take time in the evenings to address issues. Many of you, take the phone calls that we have. And so this is no different. We're going to be supportive of this effort. You're not alone in this because this is work that really ties into our children getting the education they deserve. And we do not win by creating narratives and divisiveness when administration is trying to do this. So how do we support you? Let us know, how to increase communication, understanding, and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna try to make it real brief. Thank y'all so much for the presentation. I agree with Ms. Chavez. I wonder, sorry, I'm gonna skip all my thanks and go to my questions. I wonder if we need to do a ratio, and I hear you saying we need more devices, but a ratio of loaner devices to students feels like a thing we should consider moving in, just thinking about Riverside and Jordan being so large. And how do we get them a couple more for some wiggle room? And I wonder too correct me if I'm wrong, if tech champions, especially while we're in this time where schools are waiting for technicians, if they can also be more for the ratio of the size of the school. So if Riverside has a number of tech champions per number of devices they have in the school. Is one tech champion per school?
It's one per school. So like Riverside has kind of a tech champion, but again, it kind of differs because the role, say for example, of the Riverside tech champion, he's a tech champion, but he kind of, that's his full-time kind of role. He is kind of paid at the school. We do give him kind of that extra duty, but that's his role. Another example is like Neil. They have a full-time tech facilitator. He does this, he kind of does that day to day. So it kind of varies. Some schools, it's the media coordinator is also their tech champion. So they may be checking out books, but then they also may have another media coordinator in there that kind of helps them. But then they're like, no, I don't want the tech champion stipend. If there are two people, then we divide that tech champion stipend for that school.
So for schools that don't have a full-time kind of instructional facilitator, I think we should consider adding additional tech champions. Because what I'm also hearing us saying is that we're going to add additional work to tech champions around potentially around asking questions around where devices are, right? And so I think we want to make sure that people have the support that they need, and just sheer numbers of 1,200 high school children who are using a device every day and lugging it back and forth. We know that they're going to have more issues, right? So if a way to stopgap that until we're able to get a full person is to have, I'm making numbers up, so I trust that y'all will actually do some research, but 5, tech champions at Jordan, they kind of help with each grade or however they want to split it. I just think that would be helpful. And we probably should give our tech champions a raise at some point. So I'm also thinking about, we talked about $8 million as the cost of the device, but by the time we add in the additional staff that we need to do this and potentially giving tech champions a raise, we're raising costs for this program. So it brings me all the way back to the question that I think I've asked before of it's the hard question I think we need to wrestle with is, do we want to continue to be a 1-to-1 district? And I think we need to do some analysis around that. Because I just think I don't know that we can sustain additional $10 million. I'm just rounding it up, which might next be 11 and 12 million a year. So I think I would love for your team and the leadership here to do some work on that. I'd really love, I know y'all are talking about creating a plan and a system around deploying and returning devices. And I would like to see tech champions, principals, educators and maybe even some families involved in that planning process so that it's a comprehensive view of kind of what that looks like on each of those levels. We know central office has how you see it, tech champions have a way, parents have a way. So how do all of us come to the table to create a really strong plan? Because I think we have a really big responsibility, it's been said already, of helping get these devices in, because I'm a student, you keep giving me a device, I might just keep taking it, right? And for a good reason, like, oh, now my, little sister has something that she can do some things on. And so I think that's important for us to do our due diligence around showing accountability. So I think I really want us to get this question answered around, do we need to continue to be a one-to-one district before a funding request comes again? Like, I need us to figure that out, because that changes how we fund this program. So I think I kept it brief. So, Ms. Byer.
Yeah, I thought those were great questions, Chair Umstead, and the one that occurred to me as we continue to contemplate this and let the educators weigh in heavily on that decision, particularly for our youngest learners. I don't think we've really ever had much conversation about the appropriateness of this tech with our pre-K, our K2 students. So that voice needs to be heard loud and clear. All the other voices that you mentioned. And then the other piece that we're propping up with federal funding is a lot of these IT positions. So can you remind us, and if you all can't, maybe Paul can, like, how many additional positions are already in this budget this year that we're going to look at coming up to this funding cliff on? 11?
11, I believe.
Yep. And then we were approved for how many full-time? After the 11? They're they're funded with ESSER.
These 11 are
supported
federally funded with ESSER. And I mean, we have to revisit all of that in our budget as we move forward.
And then, Mr. Lasore, I know that the state actually has this responsibility, and it's another one of the responsibilities the state is shirking. But do we get any dedicated tech funding in our state budget? And I know there's a lot that fines and forfeitures they are withholding. That's another piece that could address some of this need. But what is the state plan to districts?
They don't allot any funding for positions for these technicians. We just get about $300,000, a little over $300,000 a year plus fines and forfeitures for technology purchases.
300,000 a year for devices and software.
Just technology devices in use for schools, yes.
And that's for staff as well. One would
Not
do we?
staff. It's really for technology equipment of sorts.
Do we get anything for staff being the
None.
second largest employer in this community? No.
None.
No. Yeah. So that's also part of the problem and part of the way we will continue to advocate statewide.
Thanks, Ms. Byer. Any other questions or comments or motion from our board members?
Yeah, my last comment here, pretty much the question posed by the chair of the board. That's something that we're gonna grapple with and be able to bring a recommendation to our board. Are we gonna be able to sustain it or not? And then if not, what are the measures we're putting in place to make sure that learning continues?
I might even say what are the measures we're putting in place to make sure learning continues. Like, go ahead and start planning in that way. And let me be clear too, I'm not saying we shouldn't be one-to-one or in some places be one-to-one, but if our earliest users need a class set versus everyone having one, or I just think we need to think more creatively about what that looks like. Okay. Ms. Carlton.
Just one last question, which is, when should we expect to see the comprehensive plan about technology, like how we're going to keep our tech and how we're going to get our tech back and our devices?
I would not like to share with you a date today. Let me get with my team and then I will get that to Dr. King. Thank you.
And I know there's a warranty issue, and how many of the ones that you're asking to, to purchase soon? How many of those are we gonna begin using right away? And is there a concern that if we are purchasing them now to spend down ESSER funds, we're letting them sit long enough that then?
Oh, no, they're not gonna see it. Because again, we have some, like I said, which are like out in schools, like if the hinges are broke, we're gonna take those off so we can use those parts to fix other devices.
Okay.
Yep, so no, they don't see it.
Even though we have 34,000 devices out right now.
And again, because again, if we find those missing ones, or if we find those that multiple students have those devices, we at least will bring those back in, but at least we'll be able to replace any of those that may be damaged in the hands of students right now.
I'd like to move that we approve the purchase of 4,002 Chromebooks from CDWG.
I second.
It's been moved by Ms. Lewis, seconded by Ms. Valladares. Is there any other discussion? We'll do a voice vote. Ms. Chavez,
This is Emily Chavez and I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers,
No.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton,
No.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well, so that passes 5-2. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is closed session.
I didn't know if there was any summary of follow-up items, but I don't see anything there.
Now,
Okay.
the summary of follow-up items typically happens at the work session.
Well, I will move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Valladares. Is there any other discussion? We'll do another voice vote. Ms. Chavez,
This is Emily Chavez and I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. Passes unanimously. We're now in closed session. someone tell me really quickly who did the. We're back in open session. Dr. Mabenga.
Madam Chair, I'm here to seek your approval for the personnel report as discussed at a closed session.
Move approval of the personnel report dated November 16th, 2023.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Is there any other discussion? We'll do a voice vote. Ms. Chavez?
This is Emily Chavez and I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Valladares?
Aye.
Ms. Byer?
Aye.
Ms. Carter?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. It passes unanimously. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you all.